Good afternoon, friends. I did not make sure that my microphone was in English and not in Alien, so hopefully you can all hear me fine. I went through and clicked the button that I needed to click. I don't know why I couldn't find that last week when I was at Julie and Amber's, but I was really struggling to find the thing on my desktop. I just couldn't find it. But I found it today, so go me! Ooh, I sound like a human. Okay, Bex says I sound great, so I must sound like a human. Hello, welcome. Hello, Cool Gamer, and Allison, and Essie, and Bex, and Julie, and Leona, and Beth. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're gonna do sprints today. I will probably do a little bit of reading, but I've already reached Tokyo. I'm reading hold on, I get the name wrong every time. The Frugal Wizard's Handbook for Surviving Medieval England. Blah, blah, blah. I get the name wrong every time. I always want to say the Frugal Wizard's Guidebook. I don't know why I want to say guidebook instead of handbook, but guidebook for me just sounds more accurate. I don't know. So I always get it wrong. Also, I have now dubbed it, did Pete Wentz, or no, who named this book? Pete Wentz. That is the title currently. Bex has not read it yet. Is it good? I am at, hold on, I'll tell you. Not very far. Like, maybe 10%? I don't even think that far. Probably less. Ooh, 12%. I'm further than I thought I was. It's been pretty funny, actually. I don't know if it was supposed to be. I think someone said that it was supposed to be like a more humorous novel from Sanderson. I have laughed out loud multiple times. The main character, which we don't know his name because he also doesn't know his name. He has no memory. He rates things in his head. Like, he was hiding behind a tree and he was like, this tree is great for hiding, 5 out of 5 stars. And like, we'll go through like, what about the tree makes it great for hiding? So it's been pretty funny. I've had a good time doing that. So, but I've been reading that, but I have, I need to finish my Purple Host Favorites video. I need to film the intro and the outro for that and then actually do the editing. But I have no idea what I actually have filmed for it. Have I even done a final wrap up? I don't know. So I need to go through both of my cards and see what I actually have filmed and what I need to film. And then I need to do my TBR for the Summer Scare Readathon, which if you haven't heard about yet, Summer Scare Readathon, September 1st through the 10th. There's a whole video on my channel. And then for Pick Pongathon, which is not on my channel, but is on Bond Book Reviews channel. So I was going to try to do both together, but I am already like at maximum stress levels from the Amazing Readathon. So I'm going to do the first 10 days specifically just do Summer Scare Readathon. And then the last 20 days, I'm going to do Pick Pongathon. I'm doing them separate because trying to get prompts to match everything together is going to murder my soul. I'm also doing Pick Pongathon a little different, but I'll explain that in the video. It'll be like a little preview of next year's TBR game because I was trying to figure out a new TBR game for next year. And I figured one out. I'm going to be able to use that for Pick Pongathon. So it's a thing. I also need to get caught up on, obviously, this desk and laundry and all kinds of things. Because I have been like death lately. So it is all that it is. Abrina is reading Once Upon a Dream to try to get to Beijing. You'll get there. Hello, Regina. I am at about 80% today. Actually, right now, probably 75%. Okay. I was feeling pretty good this morning. For those of you who don't know, I had a stomach virus, supposedly. I don't really know. Like, nobody ran any tests, but based off of like my symptoms, I had a stomach virus. Coming back from Pennsylvania, which was like a 7-hour drive, was very ill, threw up in the car, mostly outside of the car on the way home. Stopped at a roadside rest and took a half-hour nap, and then finished my like 3.5 hours drive that I had back home still. Spent 20 hours asleep, but didn't eat for 2 days. Went to my GP on Friday. No, Thursday. Wednesday? I have no recollection of time. I went to my GP on Wednesday. Yeah, because I went to work on Thursday and Friday. Wednesday. Okay. Anyway, I feel a lot better today. I still have a little bit of stomach, like, not feeling great, and a little bit of back pain still. But mostly just like if I burp or cough or take a really deep breath. But I went to the grocery to pick up like essential things after work, and I am not very tired. So, Saturday sprints are normally 6 hours, but we're going to see what we do. So I also have not started September's planner at all. So that also needs to get done because there's like 5 days left of the month. I've got a lot to do. I'm probably not going to do I'm probably not going to do anything that requires me getting out of this chair, if I'm being honest. I'm probably going to do some video stuff and some planner stuff, and I could listen to my audiobook while I do planner stuff. So we'll see what happens. I haven't read any of his humor before. I mean, so I guess like the I don't even know where any of my books are anymore. Oh, they're not there. They're not there. They must be up there. Look, they are up there. It's very bright up there. You can't see, but they are up there. The YA one, the futuristic YA. Man, come on, Jessica, use your words. Steelheart. That series has some funny in it because of the characters, but like, it's not like a funny book. You know what I mean? Like, the book's not funny in and of itself. This book has been funny in and of itself. Anywho, I'm feeling better. Thank you all. You're all wonderful. I love you. Legitimately would probably just be asleep right now if it wasn't for you all. So, and I have things I need to do. Arrived in Tokyo, currently reading Drive Your Plow Over the Bones of the Dead because the library book needs to be read. I mean, it's so good. Honestly, I think I gave it like a 3-star, but I think a lot of that is just like the translation part of it. Like, it was a very good conversation piece. My local indie bookstore is doing all translated works this year, which I also need to read that book this weekend. That does not fit for any prompts for the readathon. It's not going to fit for the next prompt because I know what it is, and it doesn't fit for this prompt. And I need to read that too. Super. Because book club's on Wednesday. Authortube chat's on Tuesday. I also need to read my Sid Field chapters. I did read Jaws, and I did watch Jaws. So I'm getting there. I'm falling apart, y'all. Julie's also in Tokyo. Just read 2 volumes of Lore Olympus for sightseeing, trying to choose my next pick. Excellent. I highly recommend. Do I own a copy of it? No. The Narrow by Kate Alice Marshall, if you like YA spooky. Because The Narrow is like the actual name of a body of water in the book that is very central to the plot. It was good. I read In Nightfall by Suzanne Young, which was my, again, YA spooky, and was my travel book to get to Tokyo. And I gave it like a 2.75 out of 5 stars. I think if you haven't watched The Lost Boys, which is what it was supposed to be like a gender bent inspiration of, then you would probably enjoy it. But if you've seen The Lost Boys, it is basically The Lost Boys scene for scene. Everything is pretty much exactly the same. So there's a couple of things that are different, but really not enough to make the book very good. So if you haven't seen The Lost Boys, you might like In Nightfall. If you have seen The Lost Boys, probably not going to like it. Had to stop DNF The Cloisters, enjoying it, but it's a slow read. Started over The Woodward Wall for Tokyo. Excellent. Just DNF my book club book. It lied. It's not fun. Going back to my Tokyo travel book, which is fun. Excellent. Yeah, it was sold to me as The Lost Boys meets Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And I was like, I love both of those things. I didn't really get any Buffy the Vampire Slayer from it at all in any way, shape, or form, except like they fight the vampires, but like they do that in The Lost Boys. So it was just real dumb. Yeah, it was just real dumb. Like I said, like a 2.75 out of 5 stars. And most of that is because I do like my rating scale where I rate multiple things on a 1 to 5 and then do the average. And it was like the cover is like a 5. So yeah, the movie. Some publicists should be fired for that. Absolutely. I agree. Unfortunately for us, they probably won't be. Hello. Welcome, Leandra. Reading Death Comes to Marlowe. Excellent. I mean, that's not excellent. That sucks for whoever's at Marlowe. But, or is Marlowe a person? Because comes could be, that's a direction word. I don't know what you're doing with that plan, but I see you. Anywho, we're going to do sprints. We're going to do a 45-minute sprint. That sounds good. I have to move the thing to 45 minutes. I love how like the timer is broken down into minutes, but it's like you can do 60 or 45 or 40 or 30, and then they get into 5-minute intervals. What if somebody wanted to do a 35, Margaret, or a 50? I'm not actually giving Margaret a hard time. It's just funny. Margaret is fantastic and wonderful for doing all of these things for us. And she is the queen, and we should all bow down to her and give her all of our money. Or something like that. I don't know. Hello, Jennifer. Reading Broadway Butterfly. Excellent. Okay. So we are going to do the sprinty. I'm getting rid of that layout in the thing because nobody wants that. Okay. Like, why is this even an option? Who is doing this? Who is doing this? I don't understand. No one's doing that. Okay. Yeah, that's where we're at. That's what we're doing. We're going to do a 45-minute sprint. It's probably on 2 times speed, or at least 1.5. Oh, it's on normal time speed. Wow. Amazing. Wonderful. Hello, Flora and the Fawn. Going to write now, but today I've been reading There's No Such Thing as an Easy Job and loving it. Excellent. Excellent. As always, if you guys are new here, you can read or write or do laundry or housework or planning or whatever it is. These are technically reading sprints for the Amazing Readathon, but you can do whatever you want because you are allowed. Okay. I'm going to remember how to hit the button, and we're going to get started, and I will see you guys in 45.
Now boarding flight AMZ 882 to Tokyo.
Hello. Welcome back, friends. I am trying to find my desk currently, but also find things that I was working on. I have so many questions. What was I doing? How did I do it? How did I get there? Yeah, I was trying to do like a mock-up of my planner to see how I want to do my weekly pages, because I've been doing like a rolling weekly, but I've been doing the same layout since April. So I'm a little bored and I want to do something different. So I've just been doing like some mock-up stuff in my R&D bujo and have made it absolutely nowhere. We were briefly joined by a cat. Also, let us know in the comments how you did. Briefly joined by a cat who was leaving because they had a lot of pain. So hopefully wherever they are, they're feeling better. We were also joined by an Anne who wants to know why we're going to Tokyo and if they're paying for our tickets. No, we have to pay for our own tickets, but we are given GRC, which is General Readathon currency, with which to pay for our tickets. So, you know, that. Christy just joined, having cramps. Great. Not sure how much I'll be reading, but I'm reading my library book for Cairo. Excellent. How did I do? What am I doing? I just told you. What are you doing? Hello, Stacy. Did anyone else get the new version of YouTube? I'm really not liking it. There's a new version of YouTube? I don't think so. What is your new version? What should I be looking for? What has happened? Let me know. Oh, Julie did nothing that sprint, was distracted. I didn't do much, honestly. I didn't do a whole lot, but I was doing things. Reading Multitude of Dreams, 65 pages left. Excellent. Almost halfway through Over the Woodward Wall. Excellent. What team are you on, Beth? I don't know what team you're on. I probably should. Yellow, red. I would say green and then blue, but then that would be all of the teams because I know you're not on the purple team. So, you know. Sophie. Anne's going to bed, but before that, I have to decide which book I'm taking for uni this week. Help! I will take and finish the Marriage Act of John Mars, and then maybe A Court of... I don't know what that is. Or a romance, unsure. A Case of... Oh, A Court of Silver Flames. That's it. Yeah. Okay, got it. I got there. By John Mars? What did I say? Oh, you said Act My John Mars, and that by makes more sense. Listen, the whole time I was trying to read that, I was literally just trying to figure out which book that was, because my brain was like, because isn't one like something in Starlight? So I was trying to figure out how to get Starlight into that, and it didn't make sense, and my brain really hurt. Okay. So, but I did get there. Beth is on yellow. I was right the first time. I would like a raise. Steph is just joining, eating a late lunch / dinner combo. We'll be reading It Happened Next Summer. Excellent. Yeah, instead of videos next to comments, they are both at the bottom of the screen, which makes the video player and the chat box is the same size. Instead of videos next to comments, they are at the bottom of the screen. Is the video player and the chat box the same size? Are you on mobile, Stacy? Or are you on a computer? Questions. How about the questions? Yes, Starlight's the useless novella. Listen, I haven't read any of them, so the fact that I even know titles, I should win an award. Leander's definitely beginning to feel just how many books I've read this month, but really enjoying Death Comes to Marlowe. Marlowe is the name of the British village. Okay. I wasn't sure if, you know, it's fine. I think I'm at 20 completed books and 3 at 50%. I finished 3 books at 50% so hard that I actually stopped reading in the middle of a sentence of one. Like the middle of the sentence, I was like, I'm done, and just gave up and left. So like literally was just reading it to get my points and then bounced. So wrote 600 plus words. Now my brain's getting tired, so I'll switch to reading 2. Excellent. The video player is smaller and the chat box is the same size on the computer. Okay. Does it do you any good if you... I'm going to mute YouTube really quick because I'm going to switch over to somebody who is live currently. Does it help if you change the size of your screen? Because like you can do the mini player thing, and you can do like what's the one called, theater mode, and then default mode, and then full screen. Like, is there an option to change that so that it makes it a better view for you? I'm just trying to help you out, even though I don't know what you're looking at, so I can't fix it. But I'm just like, I want to fix it. Flora and the Fawn and wants to know what you're reading. If you don't have YouTube at full screen, then it will put the chat below the... If you don't have YouTube at full screen, then it will put the chat below the video. I have so many questions. Okay, anywho, thank you for my award. Also, I'm currently reading a Frugal Wizard's Handbook for Surviving Medieval England by Brandon Sanderson, and it's very funny. So if you want to do something that's funny, then maybe try that. Marlowe could totally be a dead man's name, though. I mean, I thought Marlowe was like a dude's name. It sounded like it to me. Allison finished their Tokyo book. Excellent. Welcome to Tokyo. I've been here since yesterday, but I read my book all in one day, and it was awful. So, I want to fix it too. I can make it a full screen, but then you only see the video. I don't even know how. My brain is like, look it up on YouTube. Surely somebody has figured out a workaround at this point. But you're on YouTube, and so who knows? Maybe. It is funny. It's a guy in medieval England. We're going with that. He doesn't remember who he is, or how he got there, or what's happening. But he rates things. Like, he hears people, so he runs and hides behind a tree, and he rates the tree a 5 out of 5 stars, and then talks about what its good qualities are for helping him hide. So, I've never read a Brandon Sanderson. Well, there's never a bad time to start. I read my first one last year and have read, I think, like 10 now. So, I think I've read 8 this year. It's been a lot. There's No Such Thing as an Easy Job by Kikuko Sumara. I'm going with that. Really enjoying it. Listening to the audiobook, and the narration is top notch. Excellent. I also hope that I don't get that. Does not sound like fun. I might take a break and read a book that doesn't fit the prompt. Always welcome to. My brain just wants this book right now. At the end of the month, I think everybody really is feeling the this is not the book that I want to read, and all I want to do is read whatever I want to read. And I feel like all of the teams are really feeling that. I think we're all pretty much, I know that I was telling my team this morning, I was trying to convince someone to DNF the book that they're reading. because they are hating it, and they shared some lines and it was not it. And I was like, if you can't continue, please DNF, even if you're not at 50%, like just get out of there, get out while you can. But everybody's like, but I don't want to waste my pages. And I feel that because, again, I quit reading in the middle of a sentence so that I could get to 50% and log my book. So October is when I try to read 31 books in 31 days. I never make it to 31, by the way, in case anybody's here is new. But I try to read 31 spooky books in 31 days. I don't even know that I have 31 spooky books that I want to read right now, like off the top of my head. I mean, I guess I do because I have a bunch. I might have just bought a lot of books when I was out with Julie and Amber, like an entire 15 book series. I bought a lot. And those are spooky, but they're tiny and also no audio. So I have to read them with my eyeballs, which I don't like to do because it gives me migraines. So was that the best choice? I don't know. Let's see. Currently sitting at 22 finished and 4 DNFs for this month. Amazing Readathon has really helped me, but I'm running out of steam. Yeah, we're all there, Julie. We're all there. Happened like 2 days ago, maybe just one. So I must be one of the first to get it. That is so weird. Yeah, 5 out of 5 would hide again. It was. He keeps rating things. He rated his conversation with a woman. He said 0 out of 5 would have a better conversation with a dead person. They wouldn't be staring at me with blank eyes they would stare at me with their blank eyes and they would probably listen better too, or something like that. Listen, it was funny. I own the one trilogy that has like another trilogy after it. Name escapes me. The one trilogy that has another trilogy after it. Oh, you mean, okay. Yeah, you have the Mistborn Era 1 and Mistborn Era 2. I would assume. I am on book 2 of Mistborn Era 1. And then I'm going to read some of the standalones. And then I'm going to read Era 2. Because I have been told by everyone who has read both Era 1 and Era 2 that they're so vastly different that the jump can be very jarring. So I'm going to read some of the standalones in between. I am purple team. I could read your first book. It is purple. It doesn't have to be a purple book. I can read any book I want. I get extra points if it's 51 or more % purple. But yeah, I could technically. Hello, Exhausted Flamingo. Welcome. Let us know what you're reading. Let's see. Yeah, that's if I read book 1 now, we can buddy read the rest. I won't. No, because I finished book 2. You'd have to read book 1 and 2. So, Amigas, cheetahs, friends for life, the rhythm and each other. That's what keeps us tight. Ow, that hurt. Hello, Devasia. Welcome. Great pie. It is very purple. I don't think it's 51% purple though. I mean, I haven't looked at it for a while because I just have a digital copy because I'm a bad friend. But yeah, I mean, maybe. Oh, God, hurt. Hiccup hurt. Anytime I have to hiccup, it makes me want to cry. Or burp. I just realized when Devasia rolled in that I never shared that I was live in the library. Okay. The entire back is purple, technically. Okay. Well, the back does count. So I've never seen the back because I have a digital copy. So, you know. Man, Disney is going to come for me. I need to stop singing that song. Yes. Listen, if it fits for the next prompt, then I will read it. Here's my question. This is the question I ask all of my friends, and I may have asked you this before. If I read it and I don't like it, do you want to know that I don't like it? Because some of my friends say, leave an honest review. If it's a 3-star, it's a 3-star. Some of my friends say, if it's not a 5-star, please don't tell me. Some people say, I don't even want to know if you've ever read it. So you let me know. Like, do you want a real rating? If I give it a 0-star, do you want me to rate it a 0-star on Goodreads? Or do you want me to pretend it doesn't exist? You don't have to tell me that in this chat. You can DM me. You know how to find me. True besties will know you're live from the mental bond. I mean, you're not wrong. Wish the third book in Crescent City was out now. I need House of Flame and Shadow. Is that what the third one's going to be? House of Flame and Shadow. All right. Listen, I don't know what they are because I haven't read them. And I probably never will. So, I don't know. I read the first 2 books in Throne of Glass. And I liked them. But there's so much else I want to read. So, I just moved on. However, I mean, she's much further in her writing at this point. So, I mean, obviously her books now would be better than the ones she was writing before, theoretically. But I also know that I can't say that because that's spoilers. I know things, okay? Like, I know things about those books that would make me have to do things with other books, and then I would want to know those things, and then, like, because I don't protect myself from spoilers from those series because I don't think I'll ever read them. So, it's fine. Anyway, it's okay if you're not reading it. It's trash compared to what I write now. Listen, I plan to read all of the things. So I just mostly listen to audio. I will buy my friends' books digitally or physically, but it takes me forever to get to them because reading with my eyes for long periods of time gives me migraines. So I read more of Becca's books than anybody else's because Becca posts her own audiobooks and I can listen to those. Grape says, I'm currently cleaning, but once I get tired of that, I think I'll start reading. What would you be reading? I must know. Allison's making homemade noodles for chicken noodle soup. That sounds... Actually, it doesn't sound very good because I have been eating chicken noodle soup for 3 days because that's all I felt my stomach could handle. But also, homemade noodles sound delicious. So they're really good. I need to do a reread of Throne of Glass. I've only read them once. Yeah, I've had people tell me that that like I would like them as I got further in, or that like once things change after the second book, things are more interesting, which I think they are. I own all of them on audio. I unhauled my physical copies because I had a bunch of like mismatched copies anyway. So I felt like if I ever read it and like loved it, then I would want matching copies. So I have them on audio. Like I bought them. So, I mean, I may one day read them, but I don't know. Also, Becca just is the best and deserves all the love. I mean, this is true. We love Bex. She is great. Okay. I'm going to unmute YouTube, go back to the 45-minute mark. We're going to do another 45-minute sprint, whether you want to or not. It's not a question. Started to really like audiobooks of books I already read, but there is a big dearth of older books on audio. A big dearth. A big, but there it is. I'm trying to figure out what that word is supposed to be, but I can't. And it is your bedtime. It is like 11 p.m. Feeling thrilling. That's actually hard to say. Feeling thrilling. Feeling thrilling. Feeling. Missing pile of older books. Ah, there's a big pile of older books. Gotcha. I do know how to convert your time. Now, to be fair, I only know how to convert your time because it is the same time as Steek, and it's on my thing right here that tells me what time it is and all of my friends' time zones. Not all of my friends' time zones because that would be hard, but like the ones I talk to most often. So I need to change Wallace because Wallace is not in that time zone anymore, I don't think. I'll have to check. And check my time zones. But my phone tells me what time zone you all are in because otherwise I'm fucking lost. So being second to Steek is all I want in life. You know, it's fine. I will meet Steek next year. I'm so excited. I met Steek last year. Nanner nanner. Maybe one day I can meet you too, dear. And with that, we're going to go to another sprint because I have things to do. And you all have things to do too. I expect you all to be doing the things, whatever those things are. And I will see you guys, except for Anne, who should be in bed, in 45.
Now boarding flight AMZ 882 to Tokyo.
Hello, friends. Let us know. How did you do? What did you accomplish, if anything? I didn't accomplish much. I think I've decided the layout that I want to go with. This is the hardest part of like figuring out layouts, which is why I tend to stick with them for a while. I liked the one I had before. Sometimes I like figure out a new one and then I don't like it. But I'm only going to do 1 week this time. Make sure I like this one before I go into the next week. Yeah. And if I don't like it, I can just revert back to the one I was using before because it works just fine. I just want something different to look at, you know? And answered some questions in the readathon chat and tried to figure out some other stuff, but you know, there's only so much time to learn all of the things, and then ain't nobody give me the answers that I want. So, also, there was something else that I was looking at and I need to know. Okay. That was what I was looking at. Anywho, Anne did go to bed, thankfully. Flora also went to bed. Bex missed the entire last break because her dad called, which is rude. Emma popped in to boop the like button. Thank you, Emma. Putting Dream Diaries audiobook up on BookFunnel. That is legitimately what we were talking about during the last sprint, or the last chatty bit, was my struggle to read my friends' books because I struggle reading a lot of things in print or digital because I tend to get migraines if I read a lot of the reading, which is why I mostly listen to audiobooks. But Bex does her own audiobooks, so I'm able to listen to those. So I've listened to more of Bex's books than anybody else's. Leandra did not do any reading, but successfully ate food. That's what I'm going to do during the next sprint. The next sprint is going to be an hour long because I have to go make dinner. I'm so hungry. 50 more pages read and over the woodward wall. Only 50 to go. Excellent. Jean turned on early before we started and then fell asleep. Finally got to Tokyo with Mansfield Park. Excellent. Also, naps are fantastic. I love a good nap. I would like a nap right now. I wouldn't mind one. Bex just set up her audio booth again, so hopefully I can get back to it. Is it in the bathroom again? I'm assuming. Bex has a small apartment, but I think her bathroom's bigger than her bedroom because that's how math works. Also, your bathroom doesn't have a bed in it. I don't think. Oh, it would be kind of weird if it did. Gina's going to finish Love Light Farms in the next sprint. Excellent. We just finished their book and they are in Tokyo. Excellent. Welcome to Tokyo. Yes, the bathroom. It's almost as big as the bedroom. Yeah. You know, at least there's space. At least the space exists. You know, it could be worse. You could not even have the space in the bathroom to do your audio booth. Ooh. I'm having a moment of like 15 yawns and then like a cough and then a side pain, and it's been a struggle. It's been a real struggle. Since you guys are here, I wasn't going to ask. I thought I had made up my mind, but now I'm not sure. I'm waffling. I'm doing the waffle thing. Okay, so I have 2 different kits that I can use for next month for my planner. Oh, shut up, Julie. Nobody asked you. Julie's here. Hi, Julie. Jean, I can barely turn around in my bathroom. I had a friend who had a full walk-in closet and a washer and dryer area in her bathroom in her first apartment. That is insane, and I love it. But I have 2 Halloween sets from Planning with Kay. I'm going to do one in September, one in October, but I don't know which I want to use when. I think I know, but I mean, you're here. So this is the first one. This is like the one that I use every year, pretty much. I have, I don't know, 14 copies of these. And they have like, let me find a page with all of the little odds and ends. It's like potion bottles and snakes and candles and witch's hat and all that stuff. So this is like a classic Halloween. Very purple. We love her. And then the other one is the new one that is the Pastel Ghostly Month Kit. And it is witchy and graves and ghosties and skeletons, kitty cats. And let's see, I know I've got a one that has the fun stuff on it. Here it is. Like all of the little sketches and pictures and things. So you tell me, which one should I use in September? Like the Hocus Pocus or the Pastel Ghosts? I'm leaning Pastel Ghosts in September, Hocus Pocus in October. Because like September is Halloween light. So like Pastel Ghost makes sense. Yeah. Whereas like Hocus Pocus is like full on Halloween. I mean, what you think? Also, if you know anyone who makes sticker kits, anything like Planning with Kay, feel free to share. I will continue to buy from Kay forever because her kits are very reasonably priced, gorgeous. I love them. However, limited number of selections, and I've, like I said, I've been buying that one Hocus Pocus kit for like 4 years. So, and I want some variety. I think I might be sick, but don't know it. Plus, it was raining earlier, hence the unplanned nap. Yeah. As well as it might just be Mansfield Park. It drags. It is 16 hours. That seems like a lot. It was a studio efficiency apartment. I didn't get it. That doesn't make sense at all. Doesn't make sense at all. Also fair. Julie says pastel. Beth says Hocus Pocus. However, comma. So you guys are no help because you're at half and half. Am I gonna have to flip a coin? Oh, maybe. Hello, Elena. Welcome. We are having a bit of a chat in between our sprints. Currently, we're going to be doing an hour sprint here shortly because I need to go make dinner. And I am very hungry. And I can hear Mom yelling at the dog, possibly the cat. Must be the dog. I heard the dog food scoop. Very much did I hear. What do you want? Food? Water? What do you want? Pastel goes for September. I think I will go pastel for September. I mean, that's what I was thinking. I just needed somebody to like, back me up. I need some backup. It's very bright today. You can actually see like the light outside over there, and plus like all this light on my face. Crazy. I'm making potato soup for dinner. Kind of. It's like it's a baked potato soup, but also it's part potato, part cauliflower. Because like you can't really tell the difference. It's less calories. All that fun stuff. I got some new romance books. I got 6 books for $3. That is fantastic. That's way better than I did. Jean also says pastel for September. You guys are awesome. And we're all on the same brain. Having a brain. Do 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 do. Are you asking me where I am? Do you want to know where I am? I'm in Ohio, Southern Ohio. If you don't know where Ohio is, it's in the United States, around the Great Lakes. They call it the Midwest, but we're not even in the middle, let alone west of the middle. We're east of the middle, actually. But you can't say we're the Middle East because that's already a thing. I know I'm weird. I get it. It's fine. Let me see. Me trying to find things while I'm doing things. Too much stuff. So I think I have my planner figured out, which means I just need to actually do the planner. Will I do that some during the next sprint? I don't know. What will I do? We were in the middle of the West before the Louisiana Purchase. That is true. I'll accept that. But like, it just never changed. We're just here forever, Stacey. Just here forever. Living the Midwest dream. Or something like that. I don't know. Oh, I buy them. I don't make them. I'm not artistic at all. Those are by Planning with Kay, who also has a YouTube channel that's Planning with Kay. And she sells a bunch of like planner kits, and I like them very much. I almost always use one every month. So I'll tell you more about the soup. Well, it's got potatoes and cauliflower and chicken broth and milk and sour cream and cheese. And the recipe calls for bacon, but I'm going to use ham because I'm trying not to use crunchy things in my food right now from where I've been sick. So we're having soup in the middle of summer when Stacey can vouch it's like 900 degrees in Ohio. But my stomach's been upset, so I've been eating not super crunchy foods. And I am currently reading A Frugal Wizard's Handbook to Surviving Medieval England by Brandon Sanderson. I am at 12%. So, not doing great. But I'm getting there. I'm part of the Northwest Passage. Yeah, I don't remember. We're just here. Been staying inside. That could also be the headaches. Yeah, I think it's supposed to get like 70 tomorrow or something stupid low. My family's talking about going kayaking tomorrow, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be at the house because I am sick. Duh. And then like I think the high next week is like 80 one day, and like the rest of the day it's supposed to be in the 70s. So living for it. Though you're a little more north than me, so you might be a little cooler than me. I don't know. Anywho, we are going to do a 1-hour sprint again so I can make dinner. And when we come back, ooh, I hate that when I need to take it out of there. I keep saying that, but then I don't. I'm going to take it out. I'm going to do it right now. Settings, layouts, get rid of news layout. It's not on there. You can't make me use it. I don't want it. I also don't want the cropped layout. No one ever uses that. Why is it an option? Okay. That's better. Whew. No one wants that. And okay. So that is what we need for that. We're going to do 1 hour. And I will see you guys when we get back.
Now boarding flight AMZ 882 to Tokyo.
Welcome back, friends. That is the end of our hour sprint. Let me know how you did, what did you complete? Did you find a Merlin? Because I did. Merlin's tail, like the Loch Ness Monster, just rolling through. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. I can't even see your tail, Merlin. Anywho, Beth finished Over the Woodward Wall and made it to Tokyo. Need to look for a sightseeing book and make dinner. I do have dinner on the stove. Mom is watching it. She's babysitting it. Starting Murder at the Archley Manor for sightseeing. Excellent. Mindy said, after many distractions, I have 12 pages left. Excellent. Hello, Joanne. Welcome. Finished my noodles and soup. Excellent. Soup is so good. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I had leftover chicken noodle soup for brunch today. Listen, when you wake up and get out of bed at 9:20 and you need to leave your house by 9:30 to be at work on time at 10 o'clock, you really just throw things in your lunchbox and move on with life. So it's fine. Yes, there is a Merlin. She's being very strange currently. You say hi to your friends? No. Okay, she laid down, so I'm going to say that's a no. She does not want to say hi to her friends today. Julie has returned from dinner. Welcome back. What do you plan to do now that you're back? Tell me all of the things. Outside of making dinner, I also got the sketching of my monthly layout and my first weekly layout done. So I just need to draw those in. Ow. And then figure out what I'm going to do for my reading layouts for the month, because I have technically 2 readathons that I'm doing. And also, all of the other reading stuff that I normally do in my planner for reading things. What are you doing, Merlin? You'll be a good kitty cat. A good cat to get. Would you like me to cuddle you? Oh, Flash heard us talking, baby talking. Now he's like, let me be your friend. Oh. Okay. Lauren's on page 146 of my Beijing book, trying to finish so that I can get caught up. Hoping this friends will help. Well, we're here to help. Hopefully you can. Julie is starting Witches of Lichford and doing some journaling, which sounds fantastic and fun. I gotta use both arms to hold this cat. She's a very hefty cat. Come on. Yeah. See, I'm a little overweight, but so is everybody else in my house. Yeah. He's okay. We're all a little overweight here. Though I think, per our quotas, you're probably the most overweight. Yeah, you're a very fat cat. Very hefty cat. She never looks that big until you see her sitting, and when she's sitting or you pick her up, you're like, Jesus. She's laying down, she just looks like a cat loaf, like a normal size cat. I mean, look at her. She looks like a normal cat. She hefty. Raja gets up here and climbs all over me and I don't even feel it. This cat is straining my back when I pick her up. I'm not trying to fat shame you, I promise. You're just very heavy. I don't know who feeds you all that food, because I don't. And you don't eat the dog's food. You don't like it. You turn your nose up at it and go, I will not eat that. And you don't eat human food. So I don't understand where you get the food from. You guys are here and I'm just having a whole conversation with my cat about her eating habits. So, I mean, that's on you, really. Oh, hello. Goodbye. She's leaving. She didn't like being fat shamed. She decided to leave. Not many places to go because the desk is full of shit. So, let's see. Anybody else have anything to share? No one else is here. No one's sharing anything. Everybody's just being quiet. Silence echoes into the void. All right, I'll ask a question. What has been your favorite book that you've read so far this month? Let me see what mine has been. I'll go with highest rated of the month. I don't know that I know what my favorite is quite yet, because those two things are not necessarily the same thing. Oh. Because I have 3 books that were 4.75 out of 5. I do have a 5-star, but that definitely is not my favorite because it was just a novella. So like it did what it was supposed to do kind of thing. But my 3 4.75s were Hummingbird by Natalie Lloyd, which is a mid-grade about a girl who has brittle bone syndrome. And so she basically lives in a wheelchair most of the time because if she falls, she basically breaks a bunch of bones. And the town that she lives in, there is a hummingbird that, like, the town lore says that every so many years the hummingbird will come to town and it will pick a person and grant that person's wish. And so she wants to get the lead in the school play. She wants that to be her wish. And it's just really cute and wholesome and lovely. And I loved it. It was fantastic. It made me cry, as to be expected. And then Every Gift a Curse by Caroline O'Donoghue, which is a YA witchy story. It's actually the 3rd book in a series. It was the final book in a series. And that series, the first book I read last year and was my favorite book of the year. And that series follows our main character, Maeve, and her friends, Fiona and Ro, as they look for Ro's missing sister, Lily, who her and Maeve used to be friends. Maeve basically stops being friends with her because she is a stuck-up, snobby teenage girl, and that's how girls are. And Maeve finds a deck of tarot cards and becomes very adept at tarot card readings and reads Lily's cards for fun one day when the whole class is watching. And she pulls out a card called the Housekeeper card, which no one had ever heard of before. And then a couple of days later, Lily goes missing. And so Maeve and Fiona and Ro go looking for Lily. And in the end, things happen. It's a fantastic story. It's witchy. It deals a lot with transphobia, homophobia, racism. It's set in Ireland. It's got some heavy topics, but if you can handle those, it's a great story. And then the other book that I gave a 4.75 to this month so far was A Conjuring of Light by Victoria Schwab. And I just read that, I think it was like 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 books ago. I don't know how many books ago it was, but not very many. And that, again, is the final of a series. And I don't think you need me to tell you what the Shades of Magic series is about. But in case you don't know, Shades of Magic is about a guy named Kel who lives in Red London. And in his London, people have magic. And Red London is connected to other Londons, White, Grey, and Black London. Some have magic, some don't. And he's one of the very few people who can cross worlds between. And something evil starts taking over, and him and Lila, who is a thief, have to team up to save the world. And it's very cute. I actually liked the 3rd book the best. The first book I read twice because I didn't really like it the first time, but I was buddy reading it, and I thought maybe I didn't like it as much because the other person's opinions might have been affecting my read, because I do that sometimes. And so I was like, this like has all of the things that I should like. So I'm going to reread it. So I reread it and I liked it. And I read the second book and it was pretty good. But I really liked the third book. So I love the end of a series. Also, I cried. So that's what I did. What did you do? Honestly, I was very happy with your combo with the kitty, but a recent favorite was Hunt the Stars by Jesse Mahalik. Mahalik? That's what I'm going with. I mean, I like stars, so I can get behind that. We are still here. Had to do my workout and make dinner, but grabs the book. Yes. Definitely gonna do some more sprints. I still got plenty to do. I'm still feeling okay. So I know I'm very washed out. I have that light on because I was doing my overhead light on for journaling. And I just looked at myself and went, girl, you washed out. Let's see. I think my favorite from this month was The Weight of Blood by Tiffany D. Jackson. I have heard about that one. So I know that one a little bit in my brain. I'm telling you, I've been yawning for hours. I'm not even tired. My body just wants to yawn. It's like the second I get on camera, my body's like, you know what you should do? You should yawn 6,000 times. I don't know why. I think it's rude, but here we are. Is that you making noise, Merlin? Is it not you? Is somebody else? Who is it? She's looking around trying to figure out who it is. Hi. Guess who's back? Well, technically everybody's back, but that's outside of the point. Okay, since you guys are not being very chatty, we're just going to go into another 45-minute sprint. Because, I mean, what am I going to do? Sit here and talk to myself? That'd be silly. One arc I recently got was There's No Way I'd Die First, which I'm excited for, hoping to like it. I hope you like it as well. Arcs are very fun. I have very many that I need to read. Actually, I had an arc of The Frugal Wizard's Handbook to Surviving Medieval England, but I got it like the day before the book came out. I was approved for it the day before it came out, so like there was no way I was getting to it in time. So I'm just now getting to it, which is fine. But Merlin, you can't lay there. That's not happening, my friend. All right. We're going to do another 45-minute sprint. Finish my book. It's an arc, but it comes out on Tuesday. Excellent, Mindy. When we come back, be more chatty. Gosh, guys. It's like 7:30 on a Saturday night. What are we doing but just talking to ourselves? Also, I'm just kidding. I'm just here for the lulz, obviously. Okay. I will see you guys in 45.
Now boarding flight AMZ 882 to Tokyo.
What if I don't want to go? What if I want to stay here? Okay. Let me know. How did you do that, Sprint? I ate about half of my dinner and then decided I'm not sure that I like it. So that's how I feel. How do you feel? Stacey made it back in time to Sprint. Was supposed to pick up my daughter, but they had just started a movie, so I'm going back later. Hopefully it's not far away. Jean, has anyone read Lake's Edge by Lyndall Clipstone or Lady of Rooks Grove Manor? I have read Lake's Edge. I read it last year, I think. I don't remember what I rated it, but I can look. Because that's how Goodreads works. Let's see. Lake's Edge. Where is she at? World at the Lake's Edge, number 1. I give that a 4.25. It is a very much a romance. It is a gothic horror romance, in case you're wondering. Hello, Andy. Welcome. Very excited for these sprints. Going to be reading The Stowaway. Excellent. Chrissy didn't read much. Talked to my best friend. All fair. Julie got through 2 chapters. Didn't journal yet. Also fair. Steph read 36 pages of It Happened One Summer. About to heat up dinner. Highly recommend food. Caitlin got 98 pages of The Lights of Prague. Excellent. Stacy says, my hubby mentioned ice cream and now I want ice cream. I got some more canning done and got some reading done. Ice cream actually does sound delicious. So, I remember some things about Lake's Edge. Is there something specific that you want to know? Read a bit more, but got distracted choosing a buddy read for next month. I mean, that's fair. I have so much to do. So much to do. And I'm not doing any of it. It's fine. Hi, Katie. Katie is reading Looking Glass Sound. Sorry. Every time I hiccup, it just hurts. It has all the hurts. Lauren failed that sprint, read 18 pages, kept getting distracted. It's absolutely fine. We're here for 6 hours. I mean, 4.5-ish of those are gone. We've got like an hour and a half left, but I mean, that's still, I'm going to do at least one more 45-minute sprint. Now I want ice cream too. Ice cream is so good. Started a novella to quickly fulfill one of the magical readathon prompts. Yeah, I have learned that I can't do multiple readathons at the same time. So I either have to figure out a way to make, like if I want to participate in more than one, I have to figure out how to make it work best for me. And that doesn't necessarily always follow within the rules of the game. Like this month, I was doing the Amazing Readathon, but I also really like to do the Final Book Support Group readathons as well. And so that readathon was the 7th through 13th. And I really didn't do much of it at all. But I did kind of hit all of the reading prompts throughout the month, basically. As I've like been reading through the month of August for the Amazing Readathon, I've also been able to hit all of the prompts for Final Book Support Group. So while I didn't do them in that week, I did hit them at some point. So I kind of just like, I have to make things work for myself. Like I said, next month I'm going to be doing the Summer Scare Readathon, which is my readathon, and that's the 1st through the 10th. And then I'm going to spend the back half of the month doing Pick-Pongathon, instead of trying to get things that will work for both prompts. It just makes the most sense. Heard some people love it and some people have disliked it. I mean, I liked it enough. Again, I gave it a 4.25. I had a good time reading it. I did really like it. It has like a found family aspect, which I really enjoyed. There was a lot of plot twists and like really weird atmospheric creepy things. And the end was very good. It was very like open-ended, but I knew there was going to be a second book. But I liked it enough that I pre-ordered the second book. So I actually have the second book. I haven't read it yet, but I do own it. So it's one of those things where it's just like, you just kind of have to try it and see if it works for you. I mean, it has a 3.49 on Goodreads, which honestly isn't bad. That's, I mean, I'm going to say 80% of YA probably sits somewhere around a 3.5 on Goodreads. There's some that's a little higher. There's some that's a little lower, but I think like a 3.5 is probably like the majority of YA reads on Goodreads. So, Chrissy, I have 4 readathons I'm participating in next month. I know, I'm crazy. I don't know how you're doing it. I don't know how you guys do it. Doing Amazing Readathon and Magical Readathon, and somehow things are working out. The last prompt for Magical Readathon is do a red cover, and I'm on the red team. So fingers crossed. Excellent. I read it as an audiobook. I read almost exclusively audiobooks because physical books give me migraines if I try to read them too much at one time. So it is a good audiobook. Yeah, I struggle with holding more than one readathon in my brain at one time, especially when they're prompt heavy or competitive. That is a big part of it too. I don't like to join anything with like more than one team at a time. I don't like to do anything where I don't know what the prompts are going to be, more than one of those at a time. I really like to kind of know what I'm doing. I'm looking forward to October, where I just get to read whatever in the hell I want. Will I probably end up doing some readathons in October? Sure. But I feel like some readathons are more strict than others, because sometimes I'm like, you know what? If I don't hit all the prompts, I don't hit all the prompts. What's going to happen? Nothing bad's going to happen. Like, nobody's going to jump out of the computer screen, all the ring, and like steal all my books because I didn't read the books right. I mean, I can do what I want. So I like the Amazing Readathon. I like having the rules and like having this month of like following the rules and being very strict on what I'm reading. I mean, yes, there's a lot of options for every prompt that we've had, but it's like a very specific set of like, if you need to do this in the most like accurate way in order to be competitive, in order to help your team. I love it, but I couldn't do this every month. Like, that reading would not be fun if I had to do this every month. I would want to fall over and die. I also, anytime readathons get like super intricate, I can't. Like, there are a lot of readathons. The Magical Readathon is one that I can't ever figure out. There's another one too that I can't remember what it is, but I know there's another one that I like watched the intro video for and was just like, no, there's too many moving parts and pieces and things, and no, I can't do that one. So it's okay. Watching the movie version of my first book of the Amazing Readathon, the movie is a beautiful disaster. And then moving on to Lake's Edge. Excellent. Like I said, it's really good. I bought the sequel. It may work for you, it may not, but that's how all books go. 300 people could tell you it's a fantastic book and one person could tell you it's horrible and you could read it and think it's horrible. That's just how books are. Like, it's just how opinions work. So you never really know what's going to happen when you read something like that. I obviously read more with structure and I have difficulty making that structure myself. Yeah, same. Like, I every month in my planner go through my TBR of like, what are all of my, actually I have two separate TBRs. I have a TBR list of like things I want to get to and a TBR list of group and challenge TBRs. So anything that's like a group book that I'm reading for that month, or a challenge, like my friend Mars has the Somber Honey Reading Challenge that is like year long. And so there's like a book every month and I'm trying to hit all of those. There's a couple of other ones that I do too that are like, the Buzzwordathon to me is like a challenge. So I try to hit those, not necessarily in the month, but I try to hit all of them by the end of the year. So like I put all of my books for that in my group and challenge TBR. And then my other TBR is like anything that's a new release that I want to read, anything that I'm behind on arcs, anything that just sounds good. And then I go through as many as I can. And some months I get through everything and have to find more books. And other months I do not. So it is what it is. Did 2 readathons back to back, one in July and one in August. I'm going to break from them until December and join the Reindeer Readathon. I did Reindeer Readathon the last couple of years. It's been really fun. I have liked it. I have a problem, and my problem is that I continuously reread Dash and Lily's Book of Dares. It's not the world's best book, but for some reason, as a Midwesterner, New York at Christmas time is like quintessential Christmas. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because like all of the movies that we watched when we were kids, or if it's just because like it's like a fantasy world of like, you know, we have small town Midwestern Christmas. We've already got that. So like big city Christmas is like Christmas nostalgia for us. But Dash and Lily's Book of Dares is just like nostalgic Christmas for me. And I read it pretty much every year, which is a problem because it's not that great of a book. I mean, it's fine, but it's not like, you know, I'm reading the world's best book ever. Just being a weirdo. I'll be doing 3 next month, 2 week-long ones and 1 month-long one. And then Becca's Bookopoly. I get it wrong every time. Becca's Bookopolathon. That's not it either, but we're going with it in October. But then I'm taking a break. See, October, I've probably said this like 5 times already. I try to do 31 books in October. And last year, the year before last, I think I got 17 books, but I didn't count any of my DNFs. Last year, I did 21 and I counted my DNFs regardless of how far I got. Because I have so many books on my like spooky TBR, whether it's books that I physically own or just books that I want to get to, books that I have from the library, whatever. And so I feel like even if I try the book and I didn't like it, I'm still counting it as coming off of the TBR, or is it coming off of a book from what I want to read? So I am really good at like going through them. I've never gotten 31 books in 31 days. It's never happened. 21 was the most I've gotten. That was last year. So will I do better this year? I don't know, because the first week of the month I'm going to be hanging out with my friends. So who knows? Ow. Ow again. Becca's doing a spooky themed board this year. Why are you trying to talk me into Bookopoly? Why is that a thing you're doing? I don't like it when you do that. It's not polite. I don't like it. I'm actually wearing my Sanderson Witch Museum shirt right now. I got my haunted house flameless scenty thingy. I'm getting, this is like my year-round Halloween stuff. You know, spell book with a skull, a coffin. There's a witch's pot right there. A cauldron, a witch's pot, a cauldron. Pot calling the kettle black. I know Brittany Loves Reading did 28 and 28 for February, and it was impressive, but also so much reading. Yeah. Yeah. Some people do 28 for 28 in February because it's a short month, and so you're just like, sure. I have so many spooky books I want to get to, and I do read them throughout the year. Don't get me wrong. I read spooky books all year long. And by spooky books, I mostly mean like paranormal books, but I have started reading more horror stuff. So I've been reading more horror and mystery thriller, but also like paranormal and other things. And I will read other books in October also, mainly because I have to hit, my group books and all of that stuff too. But most of the books that I read in October will be spooky books for the month. Like probably 5 will be not spooky at all in any way, shape, or form. But the others, yes, spooky books all month. I don't have any prompts. I don't have any like timelines. I don't give myself any rules or regulations. Just read as many books as you can. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So I tried to map it out one year. Like use a calendar and like set up like what books I needed to read on what days and like how much of each book I needed to get to. And would set up like physical books and then like on like single days, shorter physical books on single days, and then have audiobooks over multiple days, and like trying to read multiple books at a time. And did that work? I mean, it didn't not work. I read a lot, but also once you get behind, it's like, could not read a month of a book every day. I can't say that engaged. Yeah, like I said, I've never done it. Like I've never completed it. 21 is the most I've done. And I mean, this month I've read 20 books and DNF'd 3 at 50%. So, I mean, I've probably read, this is my highest reading month page count wise. So, I mean, it's been a time. It's been a time. I'm ready to do it again. That's a lie. It sounded good though, didn't it? We are going to go back and do, let's see, what time is it? It is, I'm going to see what that was. Apparently the cat tried to scratch out the dog's eyes and they got into a fight. I think the cat won. I didn't tell you. Listen, a little chaos. Pets are ready for other sprints. They are. So I did not tell you. During the last sprint, I got my soup, but I also I went out and watered my plants, my garden, and I took the scraps from dinner down to feed pork chop and bacon, my pigs. And I think Mom calls them bacon and sausage, but pork chop and bacon is way more fun. So I went down to feed pork chop and bacon, the scraps. And Velma, which is our neighbor's potbelly pig, is in the yard. And Velma, of course, is following me because she's like, you have the scrap bucket. I know what that is. There's food in that. And I'm like, Velma, I'm not going to feed you. I'm not allowed to feed you because if I feed you, then you'll never leave. Like, those are the rules. And I don't know why the neighbor doesn't keep Velma in. I don't know why she doesn't. Like, every day, Velma just trots through the woods and then is like here. And she's like, hey, haven't seen you for a day. How you doing? So then on my way back from the pig pen up to the house, she starts running behind me and she's like hitting me in the back of my knees with her snoot. And then she tried to bite me. And I was like, I like took our scrap bin is literally an ice cream bucket from Sam's Club, Walmart. Anyway, it's a plastic bucket. It weighs nothing. So I swung it behind me and I swatted at her with it. And then she started running me down and I was like, I was trying to run from her. And then the dogs were like trying to like cut her off so she couldn't get to me. And then she like jumped up on my back and tried to knock me over. And I'm like, what is this pig trying to do? I ended up having to like run up on the porch and shut the gate on the porch to hide from this pig who was trying to eat my legs. Because what I was mostly worried about was that like Flash, who is my 110-pound Australian Shepherd, would feel like she was threatening me and that he would attack her. Like that was my biggest worry, because they get along fine. Like she's been coming here for over a year. He doesn't have any problem with our pigs. With the piglets, he's been in with them. I don't have any problem with him with other animals, but it's my dog, and I was worried that, like, as him being a protector that he is, that he would try to attack her. So I was like trying to get away from her because I was afraid that he was going to attack her. And like, if this pig takes me out, what is he going to do? Like, if she knocks me over, is he going to just like go for her jugular? So that was a fun time. I actually have like, she stepped on my foot, and I know it's going to bruise because it's rough looking already. And I've got like dirty hoof prints on my legs from where she kept jumping up and hitting me with her feet. And I'm like, I cannot feed you. I didn't know she was here. Like, first off, had I known that Velma was here, I would not have walked down to the pig pen with Scraps. Like, that's stupid. I wouldn't have done that. I got down there and then she magically appeared. So, and at that point, like, I'm already there. And it's all the way on the other side of the yard. So I was like, fuck. So I fed pork chop and bacon. And then Velma tried to eat me. So the new question is, do you know the names of your neighbor's pigs? Because I have a Velma. We used to have a Petunia. The neighbor used to have a Petunia, but now we have a Velma. It's fine. Mindy somehow read 26 books and novellas this month. That is a lot. Cats normally win. Yeah, it didn't sound pretty. Yeah, she's a full-size potbelly pig. Like, she's a big girl. She's a big girl. That's why I didn't feel bad for swatting at her with a 1-pound plastic bucket, trying to deter her from trying to eat me. She's a big girl. Call my neighbor jerk off, but that's because I don't like it. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, it was a fun time. Highly recommend. I was just trying to make sure that pork chop and bacon got their snacks, because one day pork chop and bacon are going to be snacks, and you got to feed them. That's the circle of life. There's actually ham in my soup right now. Maybe I should have named one ham bone. Next year we'll have sausage and ham bone. It was mildly terrifying, honestly. Hence the I ran up on the porch and closed the gate. Ugh, I hate neighbors like that. We don't have neighbors like that. I mean, our neighbors are kind of far away anyway. But, I mean, I can see houses from here. But, you know, they're fairly far away. Okay, we're going to do the sprint thing that I just talked about. We're going to do... Let's do a 30-minute. We'll do a 30-minute sprint. We'll probably do another 30-minute after this. We might do a 45 after this. Who knows? Not me. We'll do a thing. And we'll see where we end up. All right. I'll see you guys in 30.
Now boarding flight AMZ 882 to Tokyo.
Boom, boom. That would be our timer. Let me know how you did, what you did, all of the things. Well, I fight stickers off of this paper. It's not cut very well. But I am not the one who cut it. So, joke's on me. I paid for somebody to do this. It's just a little bit of a struggle. They weren't awful. Just a little bit of a struggle. Brittany did ask where we were finding the countdowns, and Mindy let her know that it's from Margaret at the Word Nerd, who's doing them for the Amazing Readathon. Countdown timers you have to be very careful with, because people will give you copyright strikes. So you have to be sure you know where you're getting your countdown timers from so that they don't shoot you down. Copyright strikes are not fun, in case you're wondering. Beth is at 10% of Murder at Archley Manor, cozy mystery set in 1920s England. Excellent. 143 and almost done with my sightseeing book. Excellent. Did much better the sprint. Read 54 pages. Excellent. I like it. I'm happy with all of the reading. I should probably have done some, but I haven't. I'm kind of a loser, and it's kind of fine. Finished my movie. It was different than the book, The Beautiful Disaster. They are usually a little different. Sometimes they do a completely different ending for funsies. So, Julia is nearly at the halfway point of her book. This is just me over here silently contemplating which sticker I'm going to put down. I mean, I could talk to you, but why? Why talk to people when I could just put a sticker on a page? Well, I can't do that, because that is where the things are going to go. Do it there, though. Ta-da! Going to be getting ready for an early night to bed. You're welcome. I don't know. I'm deciding if I want to do another 30-minute sprint or not, or end early. I'm not really feeling bad. I'm just not really feeling it, if you know what I mean. Like, we've been here 5 hours and 20 minutes. I'm just kind of over it. So, that's just life, I guess, sometimes. Hence we're here and I'm putting stickers on a page while we talk. I very much have so much I need to do tomorrow. So much I need to do tomorrow, which means I might go to bed early tonight too. I've been trying to get plenty of sleep. I've been rewatching Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I started from season 1 a couple weeks ago. But my fun way of watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer is I turn it on when I go to bed. And I kind of just hear bits and pieces as I'm sleeping. And then when I wake up, if it's like the middle of the night, I'll look and see if I've missed any episodes that I like, or like, you know, like my favorite episodes. Because when I tell you I'm rewatching Buffy, I'm rewatching it for like the 475th time. So I will like see if I've missed any that like are like my favorite episodes. And if I did, then I'll go back and watch those once again. Like turn it on to that one and just start from there. And then like when I go to bed the next night, I just leave them on all night. And then when I go to bed the next night, I'll look for like the one I might have missed that was like a favorite and start from there. So I'm not necessarily watching every episode. I'm just kind of playing them all. Some of them multiple times. Sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night and I'll watch I watched season 2, episode 12, for instance. I don't actually know what episode 12 is. I probably should. It's probably either Innocence or Phases or ooh. I'm trying to think of what the one after Innocence is, because the one after that is Phases. There's another one after Innocence, but I can't think what the name of it is. Anywho, I watched that one all the way through when I got up the other morning, but then when I went back to bed the next night, I started at season 1, episode 3. So there is no rhyme or reason to how I rewatch Buffy. I just rewatch it, kind of. I think today I ended at I Only Have Eyes for You. That's where I turned it off this morning, which is actually a pretty decent episode. So, I don't know. Of course, anytime Jean's going to take a walk, but once the other steps in the dark, that's brave. I live in the Midwest. No. There is a Instagram / TikTok channel account person. The account is Latinos Against Spooky Shit. I love it because I don't know. Definitely Kelly could vouch for me and Nikki could vouch for me. When you live in it's not even really the Midwest, it's the Appalachian. When you live in the Appalachian Mountains, you are 100% like the guy from Latinos Against Spooky Shit. You heard something? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You did? No, you didn't. It didn't happen. You don't think about it. You don't see it. You don't hear it. It doesn't exist. So no, you didn't. It was one of my favorite. I'll just scroll through it. The ones I've seen before, I will still sit and watch because he's very funny. This time my daughter is really home. Excellent. I live in a big city, but my neighborhood is safe, but I don't walk too far. Okay, yeah, I live in the middle of nowhere. So I live on a 40-some acre farm. So it's not, live in the middle of nowhere. If not in reference from me talking about the piggies earlier. I guess the pigs don't take up that much space. Not nearly as much as the horses. Or the chickens, for that matter. Chickens have more space than the piggies. But pigs apparently don't need much space. They don't need much exercise. They mostly just need food. I don't know. These are our first pigs. We haven't done pigs before. We have goats. Well, we have a goat. We have Clover. He's going to live here, I guess. I don't know what they're doing with Clover. It was supposed to be my cousin's 4-H project, but he dropped out. So is Clover going to live here forever? I don't know. I've had other goats in the past. We've had literally about everything at this point. But our first pigs, our first piglets, they're actually so much bigger today than they were. I haven't been down there since I got back again because I've been sick. So I haven't seen them in a week and a half, almost 2 weeks. And they are giant compared to what they were when I left. I was like, wow, pork chop bacon. You guys have gotten big, you big babies. They grow a lot. I want to go for a night walk so bad, but I don't, but I'd want to put headphones in and I wouldn't. And I'm going to say, wouldn't feel safe enough to do that in any city. That's what I'm going with. I wouldn't wear headphones during the day. I'm terrified. Yeah, feel safe. I figured we were getting there somewhere around in there. My thing is I know it's not real life. I grasp the concept, but is not the beginning of every episode of Law and Order, CSI New York, every Law and Order that takes place in like any crime show, Castle, anyone set in New York is not the beginning scene in 95% of those in the park. Like I feel like the answer to living in New York is never go to Central Park. I feel like that's the answer. I don't know because I've never been to New York, but if my recollection of all of the crime shows I've watched that are set in New York, the answer is don't go to Central Park. 100%. I live by the philosophy that if we don't acknowledge the sounds in the dark, yeah, you don't acknowledge the sounds in the dark. They don't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, homeless and rowdy teens. Yep. The country where you live would scare me more than the city. I find it way too quiet. Yeah, it's really just like where have you been your whole life? Like I've been on this property, not in this house, but on this property since I was 6 and I'm 36. So 30 years. So I was on the other side of the 40 acres when I was a kid, from when I was 6 until I was 17. And then when I was 17, we moved here into a trailer. And then when I was 20, we built this house. So been in this house for a long time, since 2017. 2007. I said 2017 every time, but it's 2007. In 2007, I got a new house, a new car, and a new job. Country in general, not Ohio. Yeah. Why did I move? I moved because my parents got a divorce, and so my mom and I moved to the other side of the 40 acres. That's why. You're fine. I obviously, if I didn't want to answer, I wouldn't tell you. But yeah, when I was 17, my parents got divorced, and my mom and I moved to the other side of the 40 acres. It actually wasn't, they've always been connected, but they weren't on the same, they're still not on the same deed. But mom and I actually own both parts of the land now because my dad's a loser and he lost his half. So that's how a cookie crumbles sometimes, you know? People will be losers and they lose things. Okay, I'm going to call it a night. We normally end at 10 anyway, so we're only a half hour off. Oh, I don't know that I have any more in me. I need to finish this that I'm working on, and I'm going to do that, and then I'm probably going to go to bed in like a half hour. So I'm going to hop off of here. Do we have more sprints coming up tomorrow? Let me look right quick at the sheet for sprints tomorrow. Rude. We are on week 4, and it will be the 27th. So tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which is about 13 hours from now. My screen is frozen and I can't get back to you. Oh no, we're stuck here forever. Not going to be able to do anything. Just stuck here. It's fine. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, Brianna is tomorrow morning at 11, which is 13 hours from now. So on 4 Paws in a Book. It'll be on Brown's channel. Those are the next sprints that I know of. No one else. It doesn't look like anybody else has sprints scheduled between now and then. So I will see you guys tomorrow on Brianna's channel. I'm going to find the right outro. I'm not going to use the capture the words outro because that is not what we're doing right now. We're doing this one. Bye.